It's happening. Oh. Blast! It's finally happening. Hello. Welcome. I'm streaming at another unusual time. But hey, it is what it is. Just to lower the volume a bit. Forgot about that. Oh, finally we are streaming! YUME! Nikki. Technically it's Nikki, but it's... whatever. Tuki, whatever. We're finally streaming the fan sequel. I've been waiting for this for so long. I really wanted to revisit this game so bad again, because now there has been like an update. Right. It's always updating, technically. This is version 0.168 if I remember correctly. And it was kind of a pain setting this up, but hopefully things go smoothly. I'm excited. Let's just go. Yeah. So this is the usual Yumeniki game flow. Of course, we have our room, we have the bed, we wake up and repeat. Of course, who needs a tutorial? I've been spending 40 plus hours. Okay, so let me just try and get the hang of the numpad real quick. I hope the volume is okay. There's the TV. And there's mini games too. Plated Snow Country. This is what I was talking about in my previous stream that I kept mistaking with the last game. Really beautifully done game. And it's really extensive too. I've went to the online port and did quite a lot of I've done quite a lot of expeditions actually. Although, you know, since it's been a while, of course, I forgot how it goes. So this is still technically like a first time for me. I am again so excited. Actually, yeah, I'm still setting up the memo board here. Yeah, sure, why not? We're treating this like we're playing Yumeniki all over again. Let's go. Oh, this is in the smallest setting. Just wait, give me a sec. I'll put this like in this corner. Hopefully that's enough. Oh shoot. Okay, wait, hold on. 100. And then, well, that messed everything up. Oh, just give me a sec. Okay. So, sorry if the audio sometimes cuts out, because for some reason, every time I click away from the window, it doesn't really continue the audio. So it's not like Yumeniki wherein it's kind of more seamless because it's more integrated into a, you know, proper gaming scheme, I guess. Because, you know, Steam. It's officialized. And it's published by an official publisher. Kikiyama just shrugs it off. Giga-chan. Okay, hold on. Today is January 3 of the 25th year of the second millennium. Third millennium. Technically third millennium. Okay. I made a mistake. Sorry. Stream 1. So we got our PC. Instead of the original diary, we are using a PC. Alright. Day 0. Barely any things in the game. Alright. I really love the details here. There's text too. In-dream, text events, current settings. Okay, interesting. PC screen, BGM. Yeah, and then there's also the wallpapers. Okay, so we can also import wallpapers. Interesting. I am curious about this, but we'll have to explore YUME for a bit before we get there. View game record, okay. We also have our music room. This is my favorite one. Sound room, it's called sound room. No translation for this, but who needs translating that? You know what to do here. Aw, this is so cute. There's also a switch to old sound room. I'll try that again later. Not again. I'll try that later. Okay. Whee! Day 1. Oh, right. I should have... Right, I should have, like... Fuck. Taken a picture of the balconies. It's still the same Twin Peaks background, technically. Okay. Oh, Jesus, that's big. 50. Also, hold on, let me hear the BGM. Yeah, it's still the same. We still have our PC. Gomi Yume Mail. You could tell this game was made in like the early 2000s as well. Check the TV. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. So we don't have the motorbike yet. We'll just have to, you know, get through the entire thing. And we have our Nexus. Look at this place. It's breathtaking. Wait, hold on. Okay, before I do that, let me take a picture of her room first. Okay, let me take a picture of her room. 50. There we are. And then her Nexus. Sorry for the sound cutting out again. It's gonna be quite annoying, so yeah. expect a lot of that because I can't really help that at the moment. Okay, so where do we go first? Okay, I'm already seeing the new content around here. I feel like we should get the motorcycle effect first though. Where is it? Where do we get it? Was it here? Oh, I think this is the world where you get it. I like how technically the devs have bypassed the bike the bike glitch by just not putting a desk at all. Alright, so this is... I'm not gonna... okay. Is this called Flower World? I'll just call this Flower World. Sorry for that audio cutting out again. I couldn't decide what to capture. Ah. Sleepwalking. Good to know. So, unlike the original game, this game definitely has a lot more interaction. But what I mean is, the extent of interaction. There is more text, more perhaps even livelier dialogue in NPCs. Again, this dreamer, our protagonist here, Orotsuki, is... I see her as like one of the most bored people on the planet. So she just retreats to her dreams. And there's a lot going on, so we cannot really be sure what really happened with her, right? Okay. I'll also capture this one. Oh yeah, I'll just capture the bug first. And then... the leaf. Okay. So we have our... let's see. So 10... Nexus Garden. I'll call it Nexus Garden for a moment because it's directly from the Nexus. Okay. Nexus Garden assets. Regular assets. So far. I might add more. Alright. We can also start looking for the the motorcycle along the way. Also, this is a small world. Or not. I don't know what's going on anymore. Wait. No way they changed where to get the motorcycle. Or maybe I'm just dumb. God damn it. I'm just walking around with no motorbike. Give me a motorbike. Oh, okay, hold on, give me a sec. Maybe this could, oh. Well, okay, that did nothing. For the meantime, I'll capture these first. I'm sorry, again. Wait, I'm gonna have the fly move out of the way first. Okay, there we go. I don't know if I'll call that a regular asset. I don't know, because I only saw one. Or maybe I'm just blind. That's the gateway. Nexus Garden Gateway. I'll also capture the... what is this called? this clock, it has a word. I don't know what this garden clock is called. The Nexus gateway items. Nexus garden gateway items. Gateway item flowers. Okay. Just to emphasize it, I'm just saying the clock is like right by there, which is a really nice touch, really helpful when you want to spot the flower. Nah, where is the motorbike? Oh, okay, probably I'll just go through here then. Ah. Also, funny detail. I mean, this might be just an inside joke among FL Studio users, but... Ow! Damn it. You can hear a gross beat preset in that pad. The rhythm there. That's a drum loop amplitude preset. I use that sometimes. Obviously, the more seamless alternative, more seamless and flexible alternative would be a vocoder, but you know, this also works, and it has a very nice effect. I love the simplicity of the BGM here. I don't wait. Okay. We'll put this at 25%. I don't trust that the motorbike is here. What happened? Did I Could you go back to the garden by chance? That's kind of funny. Oh! Oh boy. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, sure, why not? Let me out! Let me out! Yeah. I don't think anything's here. That means I can inspect the other rooms then. Yeah, that's promising. No! Damn. I feel like with the world as vast as this, right? And YUME to... What is that? Is that where the motorbike is supposed to be? Okay. Is this where the motorbike is at least? Did I? Oh no, I killed them. Oh, wait, that means I can capture a few things from here then. So this is the Nexus Garden after stepping into the shadow. Just give me a sec. No, 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 no. You are going to annoy the viewers, madam. Okay, we have our flower. We have our dead fly. Poor thing. We have our... forgot what this is, but bears resemblance to pomegranate seeds. Okay. My stomach is hurting. Oh wait, I forgot the... Oh no, I thought I forgot to capture him. It's a good thing I didn't. No, they're dead. What have I done? This does imply though that this plant, at least in this world, is probably poisonous. I sure as hell don't want to know what's in there. No! 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 Get me out of here! No. Where's my motorboat? What is that? Are those supposed to be the flowers? Why can't I do anything with it? Okay. I was... The game kind of lagged a bit, so I thought I was sprinting. It's kind of funny. Okay, the door disappeared there. I think I should have captured that too. Oh yeah, I should have captured the random pile of dirt as well. Probably. I am actually scared, chat. Well, you know, it's part of the experience. Man, I'm glad I'm playing YUME again for the first time. Or as if it's the first time. Okay, I now have the chance to capture this pile of dirt. Okay. Pile of dirt, pile of dirt, pile of dirt. No, no. Pile of dirt. Huh, what was in place of this, I wonder? I'll also put... Let's see... Okay, Nexus Garden Post Shadow. Because I did step in a shadow and this happened. Okay, we'll just realign that for a bit, wait. Alright. Okay. Back to business. Can I do anything here? What else could I do? I feel like I need an effect to get through this part. Well, I know what I certainly need, the fucking motorbike. Damn. Yeah. I don't know if I've already said it, but I'm gonna say it again. In a world as vast as something like Yumetoki's, then it's a little more justified. It's a little more justifiable hot take that you look at the wiki in case you want to get like certain effects, especially that this game has gotten so big. No, 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 no. Very funky. Very, very, very funky music. Hi! 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 I'm gonna touch you. Oh. Doggy. Doggy. Hi. 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 Hello. Hi. 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 Hello. 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 Yeah, okay. Yeah! Mm-hmm! Mm-hmm! Bark, bark! 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 Bark, bark! What is going on here? What is going on here? No! I think I remember this part. What the frick is this? Okay, if I go further, it starts to distort, and then I'll be transported to another world. Yeah, I do. This part is weird. Okay, I think I remember this world. What? It's still ongoing. Of course. Yeah. Good to know. That level has been in progress for years already. I wonder when they're gonna finish it. Well, I guess it's not... Okay, I'm back outside. I guess the devs stopped working on it? Actually, ever since knowing about what goes on in Yume Tuki, I wanted to work on it. I want to be part of the development in a way. I can, but couldn't find it in me yet. Also, okay, wait, hold on. Some things. Huh? Huh? Okay, wait, give me a sec. Damn. Hold on. Why isn't it pasting? Hold on. Probably just do that. Okay. We'll put that in 50. Hopefully that works. Okay. Nexus. There are lots of theories surrounding Urotsky in this game. It's hard to keep track of them and definitely remember one of them for sure. Because again, the author really does want to portray a lot of stuff in the game. Or numerous authors, more like. We got that part. Hold on. I can't sit here. I guess... Actually, what would it be like if I... Huh, okay, nothing. Seems like an unfinished part. Yeah, I think I need the eyeball bomb as well. God damn it. Well, there's a lot of walking around and stuff. Well, right now I'm prioritizing the... I'm definitely prioritizing the bicycle effect. Bicycle, motorbike, I don't give a shit. Okay, time to bring everything back to life. Let's see. Nothing happened. And the blue kind of hurts my eyes, but hey, it's better than, you know, whatever happened. Also, it's kind of funny how a keyhole sound effect when you enter is opening a door when in fact it's not really. Is it this world? Huh. It's like a visual wordplay here. Candle pudding. Dun, dun, dun. Bam, 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 bam. Dun, 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 dun. Dun. Oh. Well, I guess I'm in a... I guess I'm on an expedition now. It meant nothing. Like, where am I supposed to go? That's a thing. There's chocolates. I'm sorry. I think I have to really... I didn't see that! What the fuck? What are you? Whoa! What? Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Wait, shit. What is this? Huh. I'm broke. I don't have any money. What is that? I think... Okay, I think I'm getting carried away. I need to. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, I'll just wait for a while. Yeah, for all the meantime, I'll just save. There's new wallpapers, that's good. New music as well. Just gonna save. I thought I saw her open her eyes. That freaked me out. I don't do that again. Okay, so I'll just look at the wiki, because I really don't want to waste a lot of my time here. Motor, like... Okay. Right. YUME, okay. Effects. There we go. Motorcycle, yeah, okay. Very good. Just give me a sec. So it was in the garden world. What the hell? Okay, let me try that out then. Pew! Here we go. Going back and forth. We have two plausible locations for the motorcycle. Not gonna lie, it's kind of annoying. So the objective: find those six giant buds. Don't get distracted, don't get distracted. No, don't get distracted. Don't get distracted, 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 don't get distracted. Yes! Baby! Love you. Isn't that beautiful? Now we can just explore from here on out. That was the last one. Or maybe I can go to the library actually. Yeah, you know what? Let's start there. Huh. Maybe I can also prioritize another effect. The eyeball bomb, you know? So that I can just go back to the Nexus anytime. I'll prioritize navigating effects and then I swear I'll be done. Okay, so let's see. We'll search. Sorry. Eyeball bomb. Mini-maze. Locate a D within a maze visible in the maze's map. Right. Okay. The mini maze. Oh no. Well, okay. Okay. Missing information. Is that really? So it's still... Well, with that being said, it's still in the... It's still in the same place then. That's good to know. Not too deep as well, but still deeper than the motorcycle. Where's the garden flowers? Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna do some exploration and then I'll wake up and then I'll save. Or I don't know, maybe that's a bad idea. I'll just go ahead anyway. Oh! This is still the garden world. Okay. Music off in 3, 2, 1. From now on, I'll warn whenever the music will be off, and I'll do my darndest to make it a little more seamless, even though that's practically impossible. Please paste yourself. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. There we go. Alright. They look like popsicles. They look like popsicles. Okay. Right. Oh, fuck. 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 Ow. Sorry. Garden World Extension. Nexus. Expand. Okay. Then I will... So this only happens in when the buds aren't bloomed, which is a good thing. Implied to be a good thing. Alright. This one is Nexus Extension Gateway. Yep. Okay. Now back to the Hey, listen! It looks so goofy. Okay, okay, okay. I'll have... Okay, the music will stop a couple of times because I'm trying to catch these face forward, you goddamn... Face forward. That was close. Okay. There we go. Right. Hi. Hi. See, the NPCs in this game are way friendlier than the ones in YUME. Urotsuki doesn't feel isolated or hated. She's literally just a bored dreamer who wants to... In a way though, if you think about it, that also implies she doesn't really have a distinct sense of identity or self. So she's trying to... What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit! Holy shit! Music stop. Holy shit. What the fuck? This is so silly. I have a bad feeling about that thing though. Of course. Of course. Oh, I see. So now you get trapped and now you have to wake up. Wow, that was anticlimactic. Okay. That was more funny. That was more of an inconvenience. That was actually pretty funny. Okay, let's see. I remember my my PC music was something else. It was still my favorite song. Let's see, what do we get? Now let's see what else we have. Nice. I love the art here so much. And there's the pudding candles. Oh, whoops. There's a lot of wallpapers here. Just a chill dude, not afraid to bargain. Oh, whoops, sorry. Mm-hmm. Aw. Yeah, I'll make this my... Actually, no. I like this already. You can import a wallpaper as well. That's good to know. I bet it has to be a certain size though, so... Actually, let me try it out. First, let me save. Music stop, music stop, music stop. I will prepare the file. I'll prepare the file, just give me a sec. Let's see. Maybe this will do. Copy. The file cannot be read, the game will crash. Well, that's a good thing I saved before I could even do anything. Let's see. Hold on, let's see. The file at in YUME version PC pack. Use the file PC pack. Okay, music stop. PC pack. Is it this one or not? Where is it? It's not in car set, not in chipset either. Document? No, that's documentation. Panorama system. Title. Picture. Is it picture then? Oh no. No. Do not zoom in. Do not zoom in. You will get spoilers. Do not zoom in. What is going on here? What is PC back? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna risk crashing the game. I see. So that's what it looks like. Is that? Wait, hold on. Let me try again. Import. Okay, select. Okay. All right. Oh. Wait, let's go back. Off the toy world we go. It's not this one. That's not it either. That's clockwork or something. I forgot what that's called. New one. What is that? What is that? Oh. Holy shit. Yo! Later! Later. I will get to that later. Maybe in a later stream. Rosanna Stone. Is this Toy World? Yeah. Oh. Eat the cheese! Eat the cheese! Eat the cheese! The way she just shrinks. I feel... Okay, so maybe this is the way to the... Yeah, I feel like this is the right way. So I'll just continue on. Continue on the I'll just have to find the day and night towers. Oh. Yeah, I just remembered what's in there. I would not. Well, yeah, if it's necessary pain to get the eyeball bomb, then I guess it's good. Maybe. Hopefully. Damn it. We that did nothing. I certainly can't. I can. These are pretty cute. Pretty cute. Damn. Okay. Where's the cheese? Where's that cheese again? Where's the cheese? Give me the cheese. It's here. Yep. When you're small, there's more of a chance for open spaces. And now you cannot really go through that part. God damn it. Is there a way to... Where's the day and night towers, I wonder? Also, that is an eye with many pupils. Music stop, sorry. I wish there was a way to bypass that. Music stop. Order sizes to 25. Okay. Alright. Music. Continue. I feel like I could... Oh. Alright, we're getting there. To the day and night towers. Oh no. Here we go! Ah, mama. Please no. Will this appease you? Hmm? Come at me! Come at me! You know what? I'm just gonna wake up anyway. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Oh, damn. 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 Am I? No. I can't be too sure. Again, I have to focus on getting the eyeball bomb. So let me just stay here. Let's see. Just give me a sec. I'll just have us stay here real quick. I have something to send over to someone, and I have to look over how to get there. Let's see. Okay, give me a sec. Alright, then. Music stop. Okay. Day and Night Towers. Would have been nice if it was. It would have been nice if it was, you know. If I could, like, access it directly from the Nexus, but no. Okay. Now go to the Day and Night Towers. So there's the old and then there's the new. Yeah, I haven't gotten the old Day and Night Towers. There's the mirror room, which I can get to the Day Tower. So Thai World B. Left the ledge, mini maze on there, so I'll have to go through. Okay, so the mirror was the right path. Okay, off we go, girl. Let's get him. No thank you, lady. Here we go. I hope. Wait, hold on. Okay. Alright. What the fuck? Am I dumb or what? So annoying. It's right there on the map. It says. Oh. Oh, okay. If I touch you, I might get trapped. Yeah, why not? Anyway, let's just. Damn it! Whatever. I was planning on documenting that, but whatever. go over to the other side. I don't know if that's how you get there, but... I don't know. Whenever I tried to get to that world through... the mirror world, it didn't work. Am I doing something wrong? Look here. That shit was nothing. Damn, okay. Maybe I have to get through here after all, or learn my lesson the hard way. Well, fuck it. Wow, okay. Man, how do you even get there? Jesus Christ. Music stop. Damn it. It's like, oh, we were right there, man. We get flipped here, right? Yeah. We get to the mini maze and then we get to the left ledge. What's going on? Why isn't this working? Oh, boo 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 woof 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 the dog woof woof the dog woof woof the dog woof the dog woof 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 the dog woof 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 dog woof woof the dog woof 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 woof. Herf 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 herf. That's what they're all saying. Okay, I guess let's go to the top then. Hopefully they'll do something. Didn't even sit for like 7 fucking seconds. Okay. No, thank you, ma'am. How the fuck do you get through? Holy shit, do you need the chainsaw? Damn. The audacity. Okay, I'll look through the wiki again. At least it's not that annoying. I know there's a bench, there are many benches around this area, but I just want to sit here. I don't feel comfortable sitting anywhere else. Music stop. Seriously? Damn it. Huh, that's wow. Holy shit, a lot of things have been added to this game. Color me spoiled. Well, don't worry. Doesn't really matter anyways. Yeah. Hydration check. Wow. What was that? Okay. This is so frustrating, I swear. There's the mini maze, there's the red brick maze. Instructions for maze. Oh. Excuse me. Excuse me. Damn it, how do you even get here? This is that. Literally, the day and night towers are here. How do you even... Well, up the stairs from the doorway. Let's see. On the western tower, the lowest doorway leads to an isolated ledge. Holy shit, chat. I think I'm dumb. I am dumb. Unworthy. I am dumb, unworthy, unattractive, untalented. There's a goddamn Western Tower. I feel like I have to access the Western Tower. No. That doesn't make any sense. What the fuck? Oh. Wow, hey, that's a nice animation. Damn it. I don't know, am I dumb, chat? You can only access the eastern tower, that's why. Because the same doorway leads to... The same doorway leads to... the toy world, right? Like, there's no way. I'm actually pretty pissed right now. Man, I wish I could access the Western Tower right now. Looks like I can. Why does the wiki make it seem so easy? Do I jump off from here? There? Do I chainsaw that? Damn it. I really can't believe this. There is the mini maze there. I guess hold on, maybe I'll just look over a video, maybe it's there. This has been a pretty uneventful live stream and I'm sorry about that. Hold on. This is 4 years ago though. I need the latest. So this is 3 years ago. Hopefully nothing much has changed in the day and night towers from this. So that is how you access the thing. It's okay. You go there. You go up. Mirror. Chat, I'm dumb. Chat, I'm dumb. Chat, I'm dumb. I am actually dumb. Holy shit. Okay. Let's see if there are other points of interest here. too mesmerized to document anything at the moment. Okay. Ooh. Okay, nothing. I swear to God, if there's a chaser here. The music here is unsettling for some reason. Why? Why is it this way? Is this supposed to represent a glitchy game or something? I mean, I know this is a reference to the... What do you call that? A reference to the old maze game. Okay, I'll just go back then. Let's go. Yeah. Hello! Pretty gruesome way to get through the game. Or get to the Nexus. Anyway, yay! Now we can move anywhere we want. Now I'll just wake up and save. And then perhaps I'll spend the rest of the minutes going around town. Wow. Let's see. Oh, I remember this wallpaper. I think this is the wallpaper I had in my previous save. Oh! Hi. Yeah. Maptuki. Nice. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Okay. What's that? Oh. Oh. Oh my god, this is such a vibe. Yeah, why not? We'll save that. And I'll get to the music section in a bit. Time to chill. Finally, I can chill. I'll just check some things real quick though. Okay. I see. Alright, oop, 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 oop. Back to business. Technically not, but yeah. Now, it's been a while since I've been here. Marginal. Oh no. Okay. Huh. Okay. Wow. Good to know, sir. Breathe on me, grabs as many voices as I can and shoves them in a tin. They might be useful. My heart flutters when I chuck it in the fireplace. The voices become thick, melty inside the tin. Some of them get burned. The scent is delicious. It makes my greedy little voice come out. Are these supposed to be like sound effects that happen after you read? These are like short little stories. Hold on. I see. I guess this is about a murder then. Ambiguity 3. Trash can. In any case, I need a trash can. I need a place for discarding. There is something to be thrown away. With teary eyes, I searched around and at last I finally found one. The trash can in hand. Now I just need something to throw away. And... complete with sound effect. Okay. Red book. Now with a different author. Have a nice dream. Thank you. Yeah. Oh no. When I fell, my head got scraped. Yeah, this one. Man. I'll save this. I'm pretty sure it's in the pictures page, but still. I'll still save this. There will be less discussions in these pages. My hands are trembling. The scar on them burns painfully. Became a keloid that keeps throbbing. I can see it steadily getting worse. Someone, anyone, I'm begging you. I want this to end already. It hurts. So painful. Why? Why me? I see my reflection in the window. I look horrible. Every night I'm unable to sleep, and then the morning comes and won't stop. Huh. Is the author okay? Caring for your draught monkey. Though it has a mixed diet, too much moisture can cause its stomach to rupture. Spread sawdust in its cage. Finely shredded newspaper is also acceptable. After cleaning its cage, it's also good to replenish its water supply. I guess that, by the way. Never keep two draught monkeys. Draught monkeys mimic the actions of their owners. It's a sign of affection. If someone learns how to speak, if poison your draught monkey immediately. Huh. The elderly people of the festival. The wall climbing festival began. The first to climb are the elderly people whose feet are injured. Getting help from someone else, moving it limply. They are not climbing by themselves. When they descended, they made a mistake and were violently flung to the ground. The earth was in an uproar. The elderly people had been carried away and disappeared somewhere. On the bus, my aunt decorates my hair with ornaments. With a frown, I take them out. The hair ornament rolls into the floor and breaks. Augmenting friends. From the back of the bus, a woman with a beautiful voice can be heard singing. Saw my classmates becoming taller and taller. Anxiety? Hina doll. You get off the bus, the countryside landscape is spread out before you. In a field at the center of the village stands a Hina doll towering over the houses. Is this megalophobia? Oh shit! Oh shit! Wait. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing at this. Oh my god. No! No! So these are interactive, huh? Okay. So what's the... There's nothing here? Becoming taller and taller. Maybe this is a reference to the tall effect? Anyway, let's go here. Adventure! Whee! There's a Hina doll. Why? Why? Am I supposed to do anything here? Maybe this is just What's the author thinking? I guess it's just an expression. Interesting. That was interesting. Window. He taps at the window. Had it already been an hour? For me it has. 2 in fact. And yet he does not quit. The window reveals no change. He taps at the window. Had it already been a week? Yet he does not quit. The window reveals no change. Pop! I'm sorry. I'll continue. What are you? Are you a person? Are you a thing? Are you alive? Are you dead? Do you exist? Do you not exist? Can you prove you exist? Can you not prove you exist? Can someone prove you're here? Can someone not prove you're here? Are you not here? You must leave. Are you okay? I am the god of this world, and if I did not exist, this world would not be perceived. I am the dust of this world. Even if I did not exist, this world would be complete. I am the most enlightened of this world. If my knowledge did not spread, this world would be blind. I am the most foolish of this world. Because of my knowledge, this world cannot be understood. I am. Damn. That sucks, bro. Feel sorry for you. Marginal vivid worker. Oh yeah, okay, this is a loop. Come on! How come that wasn't translated? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna translate that with my trusty Google Translate. Okay, let's see what this means. What's this supposed to be? これは? Oh god, no. Give me a sec. Let me just cover this up. Stop, shut the okay. Let's back a bit. It's impressive. Powdered head becomes a lot of money. A girl, some things caught my ear. I was in a hurry. Don't look at the locals. Do you want to eat? Feeling of the value obtained. It feels good if I turn my head. Cutting edge. How does the brain grow? Oh my. What is this supposed to mean? I'm honestly quite disappointed those weren't. I'm disappointed! These aren't translated! You know what? Shut up. Wait. What does this mean? This is harder to capture. It's like a dam. One direction is set. There are no faces, only lines. It's set just like a movie. The way of the journey. Happiness never ends. The vector is wrong. Something like, I don't know. A long time ago, and by the time you realize it's already too late. Because by the time you realize it's always right in front of you. Time passes and you can't go back. You have to reluctantly move diagonally downward to the left. The plan in your head is always within the range of your imagination, but misfortune always easily exceeds it. The more detailed your plan is, the more your plans for tomorrow will go away. Ari, in a single day there is a map, but the path is not decided. So sad. Diary. Once again, I'm getting bullied at school. What's the point of me even going there? I didn't have particularly notable first day, but maybe something interesting will happen soon. Those assholes are always messing with me. Why do they look at me like that? I don't want to see them again. Why is this happening to me? Why? 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 Oh, somehow this makes me sad. Get this down. Looks like a Sierra artwork. I don't know if you want it, but I'm giving this heart to you. I felt that. Red Remedy. The Red Remedy is a cure which is currently illegal, aiming to treat psychiatric disorders of all kinds. First, multiple patients are made to live in the same room, and each patient will be made to talk to each other, always using the word red in some way. Next, there will be a select day in which the patients will be exposed to a red light for approximately 30 minutes. Until an incident that resulted in 20 casualties at the XX Medical Center was brought to light. This method was used worldwide for about 30 years. Is that true? The Red Remedy. I guess it wasn't real. Huh. Yeah, you know, just one of those real-life anecdotes you'd hear in your dreams. My body is overflowing with characters. Strand of hair, the enamel of my teeth, it's all composed of characters. Everything reflected in the eye is reproduced in the retina as characters. All that can be tasted becomes characters that convulse the brain. Even my dreams are constructed of characters. Ah, my heart has stopped. It's turned to characters and no longer pumps blood. But that's not what concerns me. I noticed it in my fading consciousness. The characters were losing meaning. My decomposition was slow. Just a little bit at a time, but for certain I wasn't reading the characters. Literacy's death, I finally realized. Then was this... was this it? In death, are there still characters I can't read? I can't read anything. Letters spew out, I fade, I disappear. Interpretation disappears. I can't see anything. I can't even move a finger. Finally, I am gone. I saw a truth, a book. I wish I had held them all a little closer. I've done something unforgivable. That alone I put into characters as I lowered my eyelids. How to play a game by yourself. In case of deviation, you must not lose your head. Continue to play the game. Not everyone can be loved by someone. Continue to how to play a game by yourself. Or observing head. In this land, when nighttime falls, the doll's head flies around. It's the Hina doll again. Stop! Stop! Start. Later. Okay, we're back. They're still the same. Ambiguity, so they're the same. Still the same. Still the same. Quite loud. Still the same. Red book. Marginal. Oh, okay. Okay. What is this book? Whoa! How does that read? I'm walking on a desert sand with just a tiny diamond in my hand. I feel out of place, but at least the sand is warm at night. The stars are smiling down on me. Such is life. Sounds like you're high. Oh, why is that? Okay. Ah. Share. Knight. King. Invincible. Oh, okay, this is... I'll read the rest of the books before I get here. Later. Why isn't this translated? Damn it. Hopefully this can be read. Let's see. What does this read? A block of iron passes through my body. I'm fine. But my daughter, who was right behind me, collapsed. A crowd of feet surrounds the girl. I couldn't do anything. I wake up and find myself inside a stone. The sound of something passing by echoes somewhere. It's dark and I can't hear what the sound is. However, my brush, sorry. However, my brush moves smoothly without any effort. There is a bell cricket there who says nothing. Is that thing on the right a microwave? They are lined up as if to say, "Let me in." When I put it in, the bell cricket in my abdomen disappeared. Wait, hold on. Are there... Whoa, shit. Sound effects. This one. Is this broken clock a clock? No, it's not a clock. At a stop point in time, there are no clocks. Well then, what is it? A stopped clock. Or something that looks like it has a shape of a clock. Or something that was once a clock. Well then, where have the clocks gone? That I don't know. What will become of me when I die? That I don't know either. What a cheat code. Thank you. Actually, yeah, I'm just gonna this is gonna fit right into my space right here. Really good. Really good. Thank you. Also, And then I spent the entire stream deciphering this. Well, I'll just continue on. That's off. Oh, nope. So that means I can put this into rest, and I will reinterpret the previous page. Okay. Is that don't? Left, right. Left, right. And then ba girl. Bot? No, that's not bot. Boy! Okay. So what is that supposed to be in the top? Fuck, sorry. I made my mic level too high. Forgive me. It's not T. It's not don't. No idea what that is. Boy, girl, okay. Alright. Lost memory. That's lost memory. Lost memory. Of childhood in the seabed. Interesting. And invisible. Okay. So that's N. Okay. Invisible book. Invisible book and no idea what that is. Moonlight. Oh, that's M. Moonlight. Yep, that's moonlight. Moonlight. Something. Forgot this. Musician? That's you. Oh, so this is up, down, down. Up, up. Down, down. Okay. So what is the W again? Okay. in the seabed. Okay. Invisible. Okay, there we go. And then last but not the least. Okay, this is actually pretty fun. Make rainbow bridge in the, what's that again? Okay, riverside. The riverside forest. Wait, what? Forest. Okay. Okay, got it. So, alright, so this is what the book means. Red, green, blue. Up, up, down, down. Left, right, left, right. Boy, girl. Lost memory of childhood in the seabed. Invisible book and moonlight musician. Make rainbow bridge in the riverside forest. Glad I took note of that. Perhaps it's important in one world. Tempura with boiled eggs. Ingredients: 1,111 3,756 grams of micaso, 65,535 bean grains, 2,828 prawn cases, 4,274 meraka fish, 5,382 squid ringlets, 5,326 centimeters of boiled eggs. Text posted on the second line of page 8. Damn. When I was young, I had a friend who said, I don't know. He said he didn't know about his dreams or the future. He said he didn't know tomorrow's schedule. He was a friend who didn't even know what to do. Around the time he turned 60, he unexpectedly passed away. There was an accident, but he was conscious, and there was a cure too. But he just passed away. A few days before he passed, I visited him and talked to him. Is it hard for you? Is there anything you want? He looked at my face and, as usual, looked away, answering, I don't know. He passed away not knowing. I don't know if that's better. I don't think so. There are a lot of gears in this factory. Naturally, they spin, those wonderful cogs. However, they never last for long. They're quite brittle. I see them turning, and I feel a little somber. Nobody else seemed to, but I noticed one of them. I watched it turn carefully. It's been spinning with vigor for 2 or 3 years. As a result, I started naming them one by one. Initially, the other employees found it bizarre. Before I knew it, they too started addressing the cogs by name. I'm sure they're doing it with pride. I know that I'm proud of the work I've done. That's cute. Okay. I guess it's time I go through this literacy page. I like that when I traverse here, it's a bunch of underscores. How much time has passed since you have went away? I've spent an immeasurable time in that cramped pitch black husk. No one's voice or hand or warmth, or coldness or consciousness or light or gaze reach where I am. All the things you gave me have turned into colorless ash. Someday I too will become that. Someday I'll become that. But I am not afraid if I can go where you are. This is it. Hold on, wait, give me a sec. I'm pretty sure, since this is made by multiple authors, what's actually in these are premises of their fan games. That's highly plausible, isn't it? Okay, I don't know if this can still be translated. It says here in my translator, thickness. Don't know if that's thought. I doubt that is. Inside, colors gone. Thinking about it, everything disappears like crazy. Bad color? From my understanding of the kanji, anyway. Then a scream. Why? 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 I can't give it to you. Why did you disappear? Black color and colors. It was a special dai subechi kyuchi. Is that new? Kyunu? Subenu kyunu? What? I can't read that. shimaimashita. It was a special experience. That's what the translator said. I can't trust that. Oh no. Huh? What? Wait. Damn. We really are reading books today, chat. I can't read that. 私が自分。自分が何をすればいいのかわからない。自分が何を見ればいいのかわからない。Up. So you know what? I'm gonna translate it. I can read it somehow. Wait. I don't know what I should do. I don't know what I should see. I don't even know what myself means. What is myself? I don't even know where I am. Even if you want someone to find you, can't even talk because I don't have a self. I don't have a sense of self, so no one can find me. He has no mouth because he has no self. Because there's no self, there are no legs. There's nothing I can do because I don't have a self. There's no body because there's no self. There's no heart because there's no self. There's no me because there's no self. There's no self, but there is a will. I am here even though there is no self. What exactly am I? Could it be someone other than me? Is there any meaning to my existence? Is there a reason to have? Is there a reason why I don't have? What is the meaning of something? I don't know. Is there a reason to find myself? Is there a reason to be alive? Is there a reason to die? Can survive once, so why do we need it? Even if you can find the in, does it mean the them? Whoa! Holy shit! Is this a fan game teaser? That'd honestly be very cool. Wait. Okay. And is it looping? Oh. Harm myself or annoy or reason with or be patient or cry or shout. What should I do? Uh. Huh. The blood won't stop. I stopped it with the tissue and threw it away. It still won't stop. Stopped it with a handkerchief and threw it away. Still won't stop. Stopped it with the hand and... Wow, that was tragically funny. Why is this not translated? Oh yeah, I should have translated the other one as well. It's about figure skating team. There's more books. Nande mo nai. Nande mo nai no da. Nande mo nai no. Nande mo nai no da. Nande mo nai. Nande mo nai nante. Nande da. Nande da. Nande mo nai. Nande mo nai. Nande. Oh dear Lord. Oh, it's this one. Don't eat each other. This one is sincerely the book I bought the other day. Let me use it as a pillow. I would like to have it. Use this as paper instead. I let it there. Huh. You have nothing else. Huh. I'm getting a little tired, so I don't think I'll delve too much into it. Hmm. The Book of Grievances. Now, what is this? What is fear? What is it? I don't know either. Oh, this music. Feel like I'm on the outside, not like the flesh I swallowed inside me. But that it has dragged me from the outside to the inside, and now the flesh is on the outside. The sounds I hear muffled and almost nauseating. It makes it hard on the ears. I had bitten my tongue without realizing, and a taste of blood filling my mouth. The dreaded brightness so strong that it was hard to believe I was blind pierced my eyes and buried me deep inside. That was a nice song though, but why there? Oh no. Why are some of these not translated? Even if I achieve this revenge, I can't put a dishwasher in. Even if research results are achieved, I can't put a dishwasher in. Even if I won the lottery, I wouldn't be able to buy a dishwasher. I can't put a dishwasher in. What? Is that really dishwasher? It's a dishwasher. That's the grievances of real life. Okay, how about this? How beautiful is it to have nowhere to retreat. I am here, the sword of victory. He worked hard to spread his silver feathers. Mahoroba. Sokoni. This one. Operating instructions. Do not create vibrations, earthquake. The target can sense hostility if you fail to comply with the above. Oh dear. How about this? Apparently, somewhere in this world, just apart, can suppress dangerous life forms. There appears to be a church-like building. The procedure is simple. Light the blue candle in the church. Looks like I'll just delete it. The restraining power is incredible. Especially most of the blue eyes pursuers. It may slow down or disappear again. Seems like it will. But there was one person who couldn't be completely restrained. Who the hell is he? It's like a ghost sighting. Also, was that a evil eye reference? And what is this? Oh! Oh! The Rainbow Bridge! This... Something said something. Make Rainbow Bridge in the Riverside Forest. Okay. Wait. I like this music though. Okay, there we go. Whew. Okay. Alright, hold on. I gotta paste this in. This one I'm gonna make so 25%. Yeah, sure, why not? This one. Skinny wa tsuki wo. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, glasses for books. There's glasses. Okay. Nice to meet you, madam. There. Glasses. Where's the glasses? Or maybe I need glasses to get there. Huh. Hold on. Okay, I'll look for the glasses effect then. Give me a sec. Wait. Dark museum. Okay. All right. Not much. I think I'm done here. Oh, wait. Oh, no, never mind. That's it for the library. Guess next I'm gonna get the... Wait, before that, start documenting. You are all suspicious looking. Okay, where can I place it here? Nexus Garden. Now I have Graveyard. Nexus Graveyard. Okay, then there'll be 10. Nexus Graveyard, I guess. Gateway. And then we have our regular items here. Just give me a sec. It's 1. Another one there. All right. Okay. You guys look like beetles. I do not want to ruin your formation. Okay, apparently my clipboard isn't working as fast as it usually is. Find some more. There you are. And you guys, whatever you guys are, will not question. Wait. Okay. Get over here. There you go. All right. Decorative NPCs. We'll put them at 50% their size. Will definitely not hurt them. From here it gets pretty graphic, so I mean, it already is pretty graphic, considering what's happening. Uncanny at worst, at the moment. Oh no, uncanny at best. Okay. Shh. 50. Should I get in here? Ah. One of the most beautiful places. I like the tonal dissonance here. My ears are hurting. Like the way their eyes are sealed, it really just implies that this is a network of dreamers. Hold on. Let me go back. I'll go through the graveyard first. There's a diamond. Finally found you. All right, 50. There you go. Now to find oh. You look like Booger. Wait, hold on. Just curious. Nope. There we go. Now we're in the hospital. Well, this is where shit gets real. No money. I think I should have taken a picture of that. The gateway. That would have been nice. Trying to find this chainsaw. Because I know the chainsaw can be found here. What are you doing here? There's a fear of hospitals. And what are you? Are you gonna trap me? What are you gonna do? Huh? What are you doing? Okay, whatever. Damn. Ah, damn it. Okay. Still nothing. I'll go through that rune later on. I remember this place. Later. You look like you represent grieving parents. Oh my, okay. Whatever. Lots of waiting, I guess. What? Ah, I think this is the place. I don't know if this is the place. Hopefully this is, I guess. Holy shit! This is a straight up music video. I got distracted. Wow. Oh my god. Forget the chainsaw. This is sick. There's like a lot of upside down worlds in this game. Wonder if they have anything to do with the ceiling. Huh. Oh? Yo, holy shit. Well, we're on an expedition. Not really an expedition since we're just going with the flow, but hey, I did promise. We go with the flow with this one. What is that? A lot of hanging elements here. This is beautiful. Okay. This really makes me want to go ahead and make my shit. Wonder where I'm going. Maybe I should continue going up. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Or maybe I've already went here. Where am I going actually? Okay. This really makes me want to play LSD Dream Simulator. Or Emulator. I forgot the name. Oh, come on! What is this? I can't see anything! God damn it. Came at the wrong... Holy shit. Whoa. I guess I don't need a lamp effect after all. Ruins the illusion. Or ruins the effect. This is amazing. Holy fucking shit. Sublime. This is... I have no words for this. Oh my. Seems like an ornament shop of sorts. This is a really inspiring fan sequel, honestly. Oh. This is like a reimagination of the neon world. I know exactly what this arrangement is. I think I know what those things are in the background. They're either the planet pendulums, or they are Mandelbrot fractals. Sorry, where do I go from here? I love the music. Is there nowhere else to go, really? Damn. Oh, okay. Let's go through there. This is based on the golden disc, isn't it? This is based on the golden disc, isn't it? The golden record. Mo patterns, mo patterns. Oh, okay. What are these? Where do these lead to? We seem to be back. Okay. this it? Is this a dead end? What is with that loop? Anyway. Oh. Oh! Oh! Whoa. Seems like a misty area, or maybe that's just... Oh yeah, it is a misty area. Film-like area. Like a ghost town or something. Should I follow the road or should I go outside? Those look like pillars. Of course they are pillars, but I mean, I don't know, they remind me of like the pillar of salt imagery, but that might not be related. Oh, what's this? This is like a mall thing. This is the white tulip reference, bro. I know what you did there. Oh, wait. Oh no. Oh? Wow. There's a certain place I want to visit again in YUME that includes my favorite song. The music in here is really good, though there's something that stuck out to me, and I keep listening to it. Hopefully I could come across it soon, but maybe in another stream, because I seem to be deep into this flow already. Okay. You know, I feel like the deeper Urotsuki goes into her dreams, that's her going into or traversing into the borderline or going to other people's dreams. Since this is a network of dreams, that kind of theory, safe to assume that's there are times her dreams could meld with others, right? But the Nexus dreams are most likely hers. Is this a dead-end world? Maybe there's something else? Oh, there's something. Oh, let me just sit here then, or maybe can I just... Okay, nothing. I'm broke, so I can't really buy anything else to drink or eat. Yep. Whew. I'm glad I reached this place, and I'm glad it doesn't end here. Perhaps loops back to somewhere in the Nexus? Or is this the Dark Museum? Never mind. Something different. The music here is... Everything's pastel. Not really everything, but most of it. Good morning? What? Whoa, each of the... Oh no. Is this another maze area? Oh, okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Huh? Oh. Okay. No. No. Looks like everything's bleached. Kabi! Hello! Welcome to the stream. I'm finally streaming the funny game. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Didn't expect to see you again. I'm currently D. I'm just going with the flow and exploring these things. It's the beauty of this game. It's so developed. The worlds are kind of endless at this point. Not really endless, but well, you get my point. Lots of stuff to see. Exactly. Actually, there's so much things that I barely have the mind space to even document everything. I think the only things I mainly document are the ones directly from the Nexus, and even then, I feel like I have grown tired of documenting anyways. I guess my energy is just depleted a little bit, but hey, you know, at least I get in the flow. It's really amazing. Pineapple. Looks like there's nothing else here. Yeah. No. No. We're back. Not much, but hey, let's see. No. No. Mm-hmm. 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 And then here. Okay. No. What is that door there? No. Nah. Nuh-uh. Oh. Don't tell me I'm just looping. Ain't no way I just looped back to the start. I mean, not really back to the start, but damn. That seemed quite frustrating. Well, I guess there's nothing much to see here then. Okay. Nope. Nope. Yeah. I have a feeling you went... There is one detail. One detail? I wonder what you mean by that. Am I missing out something? Ow. Oh yeah, I can't buy from the vending machine. I'm pretty broke. So perhaps you want me to find it out for myself, huh? Oh, I'm back here. Good. Damn it. Share? Well, what do you mean by that? You mean you're gonna tell me where to go? Well, I mean, unless I've checked every door here, but damn, this really seems more... This seems like a mazy area. Tell you what you might be missing. Well, I don't know, Kabi. I only have 2 effects with me. Or maybe you mean something in this map, in which case, well, yeah, sure thing, I guess. I'm trying my darndest to, you know, just get through and find if there's anything new in this one. Don't need anything to pass through. Yeah, so just get through the maze. Get through the goddamn maze. The what? Fence? What fence? Hold on. I guess I'll find that out then. That's a hint. I'll heed that. Fence. Fence. Is this seriously just one area that's looping back and forth or something? Okay, there's definitely an A, B, and C here. This is A. This is B. God. My temples are kind of hurting. Okay, I think you meant C. Fence. Oh, I'm back here. Great. Damn it. What? No. Get to see. There we go. Fence. Ah! Okay, found it. Thanks. How you playing, by the way? I am pretty good. I mean, this is quite an unusual time, but I'll get busier from here on, and then I might not stream as regularly as I used to. This is tricky, yeah, this is definitely is tricky. Alright. On what are you playing this? I'm playing this on Easy RPG Maker. If you see, I got the translations in. got through. Okay. That looks like a... This looks like... shelves. I'm back, I guess. Wouldn't it be nice if I just went down? The hell? It's like there's nothing else here. I guess I'm missing something again. Hold on. Seems... Maybe I need the fairy effect or something, or maybe I just... Hold on, I'm just gonna check outside. Okay. The last one was tricky, but this one is just another level. What is this? Like, I don't understand it. I don't remember this world being a dead end, but maybe I came in from somewhere else. I feel like this rope is supposed to be doing something. But apparently it's not. Yeah. I mean... I'm playing on version 0.168b. I don't know if the version change did anything. Or you might have come in from somewhere else. Usually expeditions like this don't really require you to do anything, right? Or like have special effects and stuff. 0.168 I think. Well, I'm gonna check again. No, 126, sorry. 126b. My bad. Yeah. Why did I think it was 168? Maybe the numbers look similar. Funny. Oh, they're even numbers. It must be that. Damn. I want to kiss that toy. That sounded several versions ahead of anything I know. Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you asked, because I wouldn't have verified it otherwise. It's hard to keep track with how they do it. You mean like in this world? The worlds I went through, by the way, going here, were crazy. Like, I can't believe I'm still in the YUME fan game kind of crazy, you know what I mean? I mean, not too crazy, but I just can't help but be mesmerized by like the music, the visuals, and you know. Damn. Maybe they block this off. Why? This is kinda sad. Decimal numbers, letter subversions, and patches for typically more minor updates. Yeah. That makes sense. Holy shit. Chat, I may be going insane. Maybe there's no other way around this. Which is sad. Feel like this is supposed to be accessible, but then again, I guess the only way is up. Which doesn't make any sense considering this is a thing. Or I guess you need to touch the tail end. Man. It really doesn't make sense that you entered this area, or like you at least remember vaguely being in this area. And you also remember this world. And you remember it not being a dead end. Something doesn't add up. Yeah. It's odd. Maybe I'm doing something wrong? God damn it. No, not a dead end. Well, you know, if there's no other way around it, then, well, holy shit. What can I do? At least I have the eyeball. I'm also trying to remember hundreds of constantly changing worlds in this massive game with goldfish memory. That is so real. A lot of these worlds constantly change. There were quite a few changes for one that I saw in like the Nexus worlds and whatnot. So it's very plausible there's nothing you can do at the moment. Yeah. Well, I suppose that means... Sayonara, present day! Man. I'll just wake up so I can save though. Hey. How did I come across this? Well, anyway. That's the wrong pitch. supposed to be 2 semitones higher or 1. Like in this size. It's just a small change though, frankly. Oh yeah, I binged The Library, by the way. It was interesting. Unfortunately, I didn't have the glasses, so... Ah, I love this. The Nexus atmosphere oddly sounds comforting to me. Can't remember what this is. This must be the hospital theme. I always found these worlds funny because, like, just simple FC things, and why is it this glitchy ass thing? Ugh. Ah. Yep. H? What do you mean H? H? It's a lot of versions, damn. There's D. Well, okay, that makes sense. Ah. There. Even better. Ah. Kura puzzle. I like the look of that dolphin. Or whale, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. In this world, I saw the spinning bunny. It was really funny. I don't remember this place. I didn't really take it in, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes some tracks just appear out of nowhere. Heck yeah. You went to that bathhouse already? No, I haven't. At least I don't remember going to that bathhouse. I do remember going through graveyard first. Went to the hospital. Went to that dinky exclamation point world. Then to a heart's path, then Red Sands. The Red Sands was really sexy, or was it before? No. Before the Red Sands was like the ornaments path or some flea market. Then after that, the Red Sands. Then the Neon World reimagination. Then okay, there's obviously a few more worlds that I've missed. I'm guessing did that track appear by default? I don't know. This is actually my first time combing through my thorough list to look for something for my PC. Sexy? You should have seen the Red Desert. You could see it in the VOD, but it was amazing. Like, holy shit. It was like a detergent commercial. But it was in a good way. In a good way. It was, perhaps I could call it sexy or sensual, but it was amazing. It was chic. I like this. I know the other version of this from my other save though. This one. If you were playing on YNO, I could show you. There's some of worlds where you seem to have gotten music for R if you wished. Really? Huh. It's a neat route, but kind of tricky to reach. You mean the one that I just went through? This one, by the way, seems like a fan game teaser of sorts, but there are a bunch of characters that look like him, with closed eyes, and Urotsuki as well. What do you call this? What? Hold on, wait. What was I trying to say? Okay, it seems like because I had a theory, or like I agreed with the theory that this is like a network of dreams. By the way, I don't know about the bathhouse. Oh yeah, the one with the bathhouse. Perhaps I'm gonna do that next stream. Seems like an expedition that I ought to do. You know, just like my online days. So yeah, this really connects with the network of dreams or dreamers theory, right? For Urotsuki, she's like a traveler of sorts. The deeper she goes, the further she goes from her own dreams. The nexus are like her own dreams, mostly. Though they still melded with the other dreamers. Fan game tribute room. This one? This is actually a fan game tribute? By the way, I also decoded that cipher book. I'll show it to you, but it doesn't. Ah, I see. By the way, I pointed this out too, which you can probably see in the VOD as well. This is... If you have used FL Studio, but you were saying stuff that sounded like somewhere else. Oh yeah. I mean, to be fair, there's lots of worlds in that game that may be similar with each other, so, you know, that's really fair. If you use FL Studio, you know, that rhythm, that gating rhythm for the pad is actually a preset, if I remember correctly, in Grossbeat. I used it quite a lot when I was younger. It's called drum loop. Basically just amplitude modulation on that shit, wherever the effect is applied. It was quite funny when I heard it. I'm like, oh, hey, I know how to do that. Loki sounded like Headlock for a moment. Oh! The alternate version of this is more popular. Well, I got the alternate version of that popular version. Honestly, this game is really inspiring. Makes me wanna. It went before along quite a while back. I wanted to make stuff for this game, though I didn't really have it much in me. But yeah, I wanted to try things out. Don't remember this world quite. Don't even know I got here. Hey! Seems like a barracks kind of thing, or docks. This world, I was particularly pleasantly surprised. Yeah, I don't know why you seem to have all the music from that one route. All the music! Now that's pretty weird. I don't know why either. All the music from that one route. That's crazy. This one, this world here, I might be wrong, but this may the markings, the designs on the walls may be a reference to the golden record sent to space. In this world, anyway. Seems odd to me given the quality of the sector that would not be unlocked by visiting the worlds. The music. Huh. So it's like supposed to be gate kept by the program itself. It's kind of funny to think about. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna check some more. This is it. Okay, okay. Anything else? Hey, that's a spoiler! Yeah, I went over here, but I didn't really go through because I didn't have the chainsaw much, or I just didn't find a way through. I was focused on getting the eyeball bomb and bicycle and motorbike, if I remember correctly. But yeah, standard game stuff where you unlock stuff as you see, do relevant stuff. Yeah. I agree. I wonder if White Star means there's still more versions to unlock. Yeah, this song definitely has alternate versions. Or, I don't know, I'm probably mixing it up with the OG's OST. This is a world that's not deep into the dream world, but still pretty dope. This is after the marijuana Buddha. Yeah. I was in Rainbow Cubes, yeah. And then I went inside the FC platformer, but I didn't really go through. I just went back to the Nexus. This one... Huh. I haven't been into this world. Maybe I have, but I haven't really gotten to this part. It's probably an A, B, and C, right? But yeah, this is straight up just a reimagining. Probably not just. I haven't really gotten to this world much, but this is really mostly or at least it seems most likely a reimagining of woods. Similar to how that one area I got into the route was a reimagining of the Neon world anyways. What is with the songbook and spoiling me with it? Okay, I definitely heard this song. Maybe. This is really weird bad being spoiled in the whole sector not having a genuine surprise. Well, I don't really mind much. I'd still be happy visiting. Like, oh, is this world? Hey! Yo, this is pretty sick. You know. No fucking way. What the fuck is this? Not sure it has something to do with how you set up the game. I'm pretty sure it may be. This is really funny, by the way. Admittedly, I've been through that area so many times I can't say for sure, as I probably had all the music for ages. That's fair. This is so fucking funny, though. Because this is like a rendition of that one classical piece, but just played in this. Like, why? Ah. Yeah. Reimagining of the train car. Reimagining of the docks. I'm pretty sure this is like a legacy thing or something. I don't know. What is this train of? Oh my. I think it's from the route? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, definitely heard this. Aww. Yeah, I'm starting to okay, these are starting to sound familiar. Haven't really taken the music in much, but yeah. Did you download install the runtime package? Yeah. I'm pretty sure you'd think that's the reason. Yeah, maybe. Not really. I'm kind of new into all of this, but yeah. None of this should be black backgrounds. Damn. Yeah. Absolutely not. I haven't been here. But this is fucking promising. Some sick ass beats, bro. Let me just continue that later on. Hold on. Hey! This is Aztec Reef Monkey-ish. Are the songs by the same artist usually lined up or the same route? Holy fucking shit! What? Anyway. I've heard this in like the previous tape I had, I guess. Not to sound like a broken record, but this is kind of triggering me. I mean, I can't entirely empathize with what you're saying, but I can sort of understand where you're coming from, especially that you you completed the game ish. The songs here definitely went here. Sewer reimagining. Misnamed files might be explaining the missing images in the sound room, which is strange because I have the Unicode for Japanese installed. I want to go here. Get me out of here. I don't want to be spoiled. Okay. Yep, definitely. Definitely. Mm-hmm. This one! This is what I'm talking about! Too late, you've spoiled all the music and much of the scenery of the route. Right? Don't worry, I'll forget about it though. Now this one is what I mean too. This one. So here. I'm pretty sure that's the same artist who made the song. Yep. Maybe. Wait, is this the... Oh, that's different. Okay. I tend to recommend people just play on YNO because it's the easiest thing by far, but playing on offline easy RPG player has some perks. I see. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I've been here. Hold on, wait. Like what though? What are actually some of the perks? This one! This fucking world had me shook! Just the sound triggers here. Absolutely insane. Basically ordered in the order of the day base track was added to the game. I see. That makes sense. With the variation being stacked in the same slot. Yep. Yeah, this is in the route. Yeah. I guess I can also... This one is insane too. Wait, this one. Offline application allows for speed up and widescreen. Speed up? I'd rather not. But, I did apply the 3 times screen size though, so... Hold on. Former only being available in games because I is too key because the game devs blocked it at its core somehow. They made the right decision to do that. You didn't just maximize the window? No. If I don't, I won't be able to see other things that are happening in my computer. It's fine anyways. I meant the latter, they don't like widescreen. Oh. So they removed widescreen, but they kept speed up. What the fuck? Why? Yeah, only one monitor. I'm playing on my crusty old laptop. I was shook by this when I went through in the Nexus, but I'll explore this further once I feel like it. Maybe in next stream. Speed up is an engine level thing. They can't either block it or don't care. Huh. Holy shit! This is definitely by the same artist. Brother, get out of here. So you say they're in order of when the tracks are added. Yeah, that means we get to see a history of the art. Why can't the game let you discover that naturally? I know. It's okay. Didn't I register as pre-streamer? Oh, okay, hold on. Hell yeah! Probably my favorite sector in the game. Yeah, I see. Let's see. I'll use this. Ah, isn't this a vibe? Now I'm wondering if I start a new file or it'd be the same deal. That's a good question to ask, yeah. Yeah, this is what you were talking about, Kabi-sama. This place in Snow Country. Ow, my back! Yeah, last stream, you were talking about, hey, I remember this one game that was like I was a penguin, or I was there were people talking in backwards Romaji. This was it. Check the eyes in your position. Koko wa Hironie. Hiroine. Koko wa Hiroine. ゆっくり探索すればいいよ。ここは広いね。ゆっくり探索すればいいよ。What does that mean? Yeah. Okay, wait, I'm gonna try and translate that. ここは広いね。広いね。spacious. ゆっくり探索探索すればいいよね。すれば。Yeah, this is what you were talking about that I mistook with the penguin game. すればいいよ. This place is spacious. Just take your time and explore. Thank you, random citizen. It's not as bad as I thought it was. He's just telling me to take care. How cute. It's not that bad. Oh. 君の服いいな。あたくそう。君の服いいな。あたくそう。You understand? Do you understand what it means? 寒いね。I know, right? So true. I have all of QXC's more recent world BGM unlocked on a fresh save. Damn. Complete with broken black backgrounds on most. Damn. Oh, you're checking out your save right now? Damn. 君の服いいな。たくそ。寒いね。So he's saying it's cold. He's saying your clothes look nice. Seems warm. Don't worry, you'll have my clothes soon. You want me to strip? I'm just kidding. I just made a new empty slot. What the fuck is wrong with me right now? This is what 4 hours of streaming does to me. I just made a new save in an empty slot to see. I see. Yeah, it's probably the recent version bug then. Hold on. Enigma. Okay. That hole looks like a butt. There's nothing here. Nande? Yippee! More ice. I want to talk to more citizens. What the hell is this? Hail, Mary, full of grace. Wait. Ice, baby. Oh, is there anyone else in here? Can I talk to people? I want to decode what they're saying. I enjoy it. I enjoy, like the kid on that egg bootleg. There's more of them. And what are you? Seems like a blockade. Simple blockade. Give me more! Where are the pebble? I need more people to cut snippets of my clothes off. I'm not cutting their skin, I'm cutting my own clothes. What the fuck? My wording. And it's a reference. What the fuck? I am tired. Well, hello. どこまでも雪だね. Everywhere is snow. So true. どこまでも雪だね. そうね. Wow. Damn. Oh my god, what the hell is that UI sound design, bro? Damn. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's RPG Maker's stock sound effect. What's here? Still the same, I guess. Oh. No one here. Nobore nainda. Nobore. What's nobore mean? Nobore nainda. Nobore. Can't climb. No! No! You poor thing! I'm not gonna climb in front of you, so you won't feel bad. No! That can't be. He still climbed in front of him. Okay. Nothing else. Oh, who's that? Okay. Sure thing, good sir. They're speaking the Eco language. Is this QXY? No, I don't think that's QXY. The character's name is Itetsuki. Looks like they look like a snow climber. I don't know who made the mini games actually. Yeah, that's fair. Besides one special one. One of them is bound to be QXY. Yeah. guess I... Oh! Oh! What? Damn! Rude! The fuck? Thanks a lot, dude. What? Minus 10 icicles? Are they like protection or something? I guess in typical game terms, they'd be enemies. Yeah. I mean, they just punched me square in the face. How is that not an... No. What are you? No! 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 No. Lore-wise, not sure. There's lore here? Oh yeah, that makes sense, but, you know. Somehow, things that are happening right now are making me paranoid of my own fucking camera because they look like spider legs. I don't have arachnophobia, but just... Ugh. Icicle! Yay! We now need more ice. Ice baby. Hi. 登れないんだ. So sad. Just snatch them as soon as you see them. Oh. Goyokuri. Why? I could see why. I could see why. Fuck. Get away from me, you son of a bitch. Holy shit. I was like, Goyukuri. Oh, why? What? No. Away from me, Satan. Okay, yep. Yep. Yeah. That was a goof. That was like straight up. that was straight up skill issue, bro. Hi Taffies, welcome to the stream. When it's nearing my breakfast time, that's when new burrows come in. Holy fucking shit, that was amazing. That was actually really funny. God, where are the other fucking icicles here? To be fair, with the field of view in this 240p RPG Maker game, you can't really expect dead ends in this world. I suppose. I mean, you know, looping worlds are like a given, so yeah. How are you, bro? Noborenainda? Mada noborenainka? Mada noborenaika? I don't know. Oh, so sad. He still can't climb. Just be an ice climber. Oh, ice climbers. That's what I was mean to refer to. I'm just gonna save here. That was funny. Okay, all right. Okay. Where was it that I kind of want to go to? Fuck. Damn. Wait, is the red streetlight in the Nexus? Yeah, actually that's what I'm trying to find. Right. I want to find Odorika. That was funny. I was like scrambling to mute my mic. That was funny. It is now. What? No, I think I meant to do you unlock it or for few versions in the back possibly? Backlash? What do you mean backlash? Why? Oh, come fucking on. What's with the backlash? Are you... Huh? Why? Backlash is crazy, bro. What happened? Okay, yeah, I'm on the latest version, so no better time than now to move to YNO if you want to easily access it. They moved it like in one world instead of Nexus. Well, red streetlight, yeah, it has a million connections, that's fair. Damn. It was less convenient to access. It was less convenient to access. So people were like, why? So what did they do anything about it? They didn't, did they? Is it this one? Maybe it's not. The latest version has it back in the Nexus. I remember the last version I played. It was also in the Nexus. This isn't one. This isn't the one. This is bad. Where do I go? Version back in the Nexus. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be here. I think I've been here before, I forgot. You're not on the latest version. I downloaded the latest version. Maybe it's the minor patches that you meant. Again, so my version is 0.126b. That's the latest, according to them. And I didn't download the minor patch yet. Maybe that's what it is. This ankle looking thing. Or maybe do I go back to the hospital? This time I won't be distracted. I'll try to get the chainsaw. Because I got I got distracted basically. That's why I went into the whole route. Released just yesterday. God fucking damn it! Ugh! Do they always have to do it this? You good, bro? Oh, okay. .126C. What we got on YNO currently. Wait, so you mean to tell me YNO updates automatically, or am I getting, or is it not? Bro, that's bullshit. It says on the wiki 0.12. God damn it. That actually pisses me off a bit, not gonna lie. Out of all the times that it was gonna be released, it was a time where I finished my stream. And I was prepared. I was damn prepared. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read your... That's okay. No, that's one of the benefits of YNO. This game updates like every few days, and sure you can download each version and replace that. Sites updated by site with no effort on the player's part. Damn. Okay. I think so. You mean the only perk Easy RPG has is the fact that no need for like 1 GB download either. Yeah, I get that. So you mean to tell me like the only perk Easy RPG has is the translation? Or no, YNO actually had. No, that's why it's called YNO translation. Yeah, so if you want to see what I'm... Oh! Where's that chainsaw? If you want to see what I mean, hold it. Damn! My family's gonna be like, what the fuck are you listening to? Bro. You're listening to an autistic reporter. kind of funny. Whee! Whee! Why is that funny? I can't. Anyway. Bro just discovered the speed up button. Okay. Yeah, something's in there. Outside that, YNO project uses easy RPG player as a base. So it has all the convenient stuff like remapping. Oh no! I don't have the chainsaw. This game is rigged! I don't have the chainsaw. And poor guy! Get me out of here ASAP, bro. Damn, is there no way back from here? Yeah. Has all the other convenience like input remapping, full gamepad, audio balance. Audio balance sounds really dope. Okay, wait, hold on, I'm gonna... I didn't have to do that. Thank you for introducing me to the button. Should I walk over that? Oh yeah, I think this is where I get the chainsaw. I don't know, I remember being here, but... or maybe not. Where the hell is it? Can easily pick from whichever languages are available to game without needing to download separate files. Yeah, I can tell. Am I going the wrong way? I feel like the chainsaw is easier to pick up than this. The thing with Urotsky is mostly turrets, huh? I'll just go over later. Oh, what's that? Damn. Well, let's keep vibrating on the... That's pretty funny. Finally. Finally. Got the fucking chainsaw. Alright. I think that's... Damn, I wanna go to the... I wanna go to the red street light thing. the Red Wall Street map thing. I want to go there before I can perhaps eat brekkie. Oh? Damn. What y'all talking about? This candle holder's crazy though. Oh yeah, I think I remember this world now. Yeah, I do. I remember, I think going here I was on an expedition. I do remember this route. What are you? Still in progress. Yeah, I do remember this route. I just hope it's where I want to go. Uh-huh. No, no, get me back. I don't want to chainsaw that guy. No. Is this world small and oh, what is that? Am I going in a new route? Fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? You fucking bad on purpose. What the... Oh. No, 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 get me out of here, get me out, get me out, get me out. What the hell is with you? That was just trolling. I don't think that's trolling, I guess, but you know, just... Ah, red, totally not. Goodbye. The whole campsite route was trolling, or was? Was, huh? I mean, it is a route, so it's like, it's just making fun of itself. Bro. Is this the only way from here? Well, I guess I have no choice. Can I... Oh, no. Do these tents remember that you came in and they're like, no, we're not letting you in anymore or something? I like this tomfoolery. Yeah, maybe... Alright. I'll have to. I think I'll stop here for now. I've gotten to more effects anyways. Hold on. I think I'll call it. I think I can call it a stream. I don't know if I'll be able to stream later on since I'll be gone for like a while. Not really a while. I'm just gonna eat brekkie. But yeah, I'll probably stream again later. I'll just take a short nap after brekkie, and then maybe tonight I'll do. So maybe 6 hours from now. So yeah, thank you all for coming to the stream. I streamed for like 5 hours today. That's crazy. And frankly, I'm kind of tired. So yeah. I'll still be streaming Yume Tuki. I'll be doing a lot of goofy things. Seeing a lot of goofy stuff. I'll be doing goofy things. I'll be seeing goofier stuff. Goofy begets goofy. So anyways, yep, that'll be it. I will take Y and O as well to great consideration. I just don't know how to transfer the versions at the moment, so I'll just stay with Easy RPG at the moment. So yeah, thank you all for coming over. I'll see you again in the next one. I gotta go. Yep. Bye bye. See ya. Sweet dreams.